Testing. Okay. Audio's back on. That was lame. So apparently when I rebooted my computer, it did something to my audio as well. I'm not sure what happened there. Yeah, so I was talking, Duncan, you're 100% right. Options chain. Thanks for writing that all down. What a morning, man. This computer stuff is just throwing me way off. Mm. It looks like I'm having to reassign my audio options in OBS for some reason. I'm not sure why. It's kind of odd because it just kind of defaulted everything. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure exactly why it did what it did there. Okay, but audio's fixed. Please let me know if there's something, if you see something odd. Mic seems to be fixed now. Audio for the channel seems to be on. Video seems to be working okay. If you guys see anything wrong with the feed, let me know. I'll try and fix whatever it is. So yeah, Duncan, absolutely right. I pulled over that information in the options chain to just kind of cover the fact that they're way screwed right now. If we open up somewhere between $38 to $40, we're going to probably see this all reset. They're going to be out money from creating all of these options. They're hedging their bets on both sides, like you mentioned in the chat. They have 300 versus 275 in the chain there. Most of those are probably hedge funds, but there are some retail investors in there as well. What a morning. Nothing like starting it off kind of rough like that. Let's see. What else can we look at? I pulled up Vortex. I looked at options. The Stonko tracker does not really show. I lost my screen. Oh no, I didn't lose my screenshot. I have a screenshot. Hold on 1 second here. Oh, my tabs are kind of out of order. New folder. You guys get to see all the games my kids play on the computer. Where did I put it at capture? Okay, so I took a screenshot of it and then saved it. So these are the option orders previous to what we have right here. So that's the difference right there. I'll get rid of OBS's tally marks. I'm past due. Let's see who's going today. I can't remember. I think I was having Eric go first today. No wait, I had Eric go first yesterday. I think it's John's turn first today. Because I went first yesterday. John will have to. I'm gonna go ahead and notify John. Let's see. So it looks like they're returning some available shares, but they're buying ETFs. Definitely some ETFs being purchased. Bear with me. I'm still trying to kind of get back on track to where I want to be for the day. Look at how busy Citadel is. They are like twice as busy as they normally are. I don't know if you can see the color differentiation, but usually right about the top of that finger right there is where they're normally at for how busy they are. They are twice as busy as normal. It is a early morning, early Friday morning for them today. Nobody's allowed to sleep in. I gotta pull up. AMC volume by day. Just because I wanted to point out, yesterday I was predicting somewhere between 190 and 210, and I was so close. So I got both the price prediction and the volume predictions like right on. Is 191.2 million in volume yesterday. Currently, based on the volume that we have, I don't know that I would be going as high. Um, Weeble, where's your volume? Where did it go? Do I need to refresh the screen? Do I need to pull it down? There. What the heck? They moved some stuff. Okay, well they did. I did an update on a couple different things last night, and their volume is jacked up. Let me see what I'm gonna have to move around here to get what it is that I need to see. There's no way that we're at 15,025 in volume. That's just so low. That's not possible. I'm not buying these numbers. Oh, okay, I see. I'm on the wrong stock. Yeah, that didn't make sense to me for a second there. Okay, so our 7 o'clock a.m. Volume pokey came up at almost 200,000, about 184.74 thousand shares. Um, okay, so volume is at 674.18. You guys, yeah, I see. You see, you wrote 1.2 million. Weeble kind of predicts. Weeble kind of predicts some odd, or I mean, it doesn't predict. Weeble puts up some odd volume number that doesn't really match a lot of other reporting locations. And so and since Weeble is what I typically look at, I base everything off of that. I know that it's probably more than what it's reporting, but I just do my dailies based off of what I'm seeing. Unfortunately, I don't know what volume was at 7 a.m., and that's what I usually grab by. I'm going to assume that it was around 650 to 600, which is about, I think, what we were at yesterday. So if I had to guess, yeah, Market Watch, I kind of figured that's where you might be pulling it from. If I had to guess for the day on volume, it might be around the same again, 190 to 210. Maybe a little bit lower. Let's go with 180 to 200 today. Let's see if my notes ever loaded up here. My notes did not load up. There they go. Notes are up now. These are my notes right here. Yeah, earlier I had put in 368 154 options because I calculated all those options that were in there. What did you put in? You had 300,000 puts, and I got 368. But I was including, I think I was including all the way up to like $25 because there were some high values at the $25 range. because you put 30 to 36 range. Yeah, so I caught just a little bit more with those $25 ones, so that's why our numbers are different. So I'm going to go ahead and change today's volume to 180 to 200 because I won't remember that. These values right here were the big groups in options. So let's check that out again. Just so that I have that kind of like, I want to make sure we're kind of tracking this stuff so we know how much hurt we're putting on these guys. So let's look and see. The big value for puts is at $34 still, and it's 80,000, 80.6 thousand. And for the long options, we are at 40 with 92,000. Yeah, 92,000. That's a lot. Yeah, let's hit 40 in the opening hours. That would be great. I would love to see that. I will put this to the side, this to the side. I'm still trying to like get back organized again to how I just kind of normally operate everything so it seems smooth. I had a Windows update that populated overnight, and it was telling me that I needed a reboot. And every time I'd go to switch between stocks, I noticed that the live stream was hanging up. I don't see it happening now, so that's a good thing. It does say that my feed is a little slow. Nothing new there. I just have really crappy internet. We have a nice W formed here. I like this W. It's kind of hard to see. Let's see how the market's doing. Maybe they updated this so that it doesn't take forever for this to load. Let's see. I was going to submit a ticket about that because I just felt like it took way too long for this page to load up. We'll give it a second here. See if there's any changes. 2667 on the advancers. That's the number. We'll see if it changes. So it's currently reporting 2,667 advancers to 3,958 decliners. The heat map is just a bunch of red. We have the S&P 500 is showing slightly down at negative 0.3%, NASDAQ down negative 0.7%. Dow Jones is showing, the ETFs is showing up 0.15%. These numbers don't seem to be changing, so maybe in the update they fix something. That would be awesome. Dogecoin is down. They're still trending in that descending parallel channel that I had set up. I don't know how many days ago, 2 days ago maybe. Yeah, it's just gonna keep on crawling down until at some point it's gonna break out upwards. I would imagine, based on historical past, from what I've seen of this, it doesn't really like, here's a descending channel right here, right, and then all of a sudden it breaks out down even harder and then comes back up. What I was gonna say, I would likely, or what we might likely see on Dogecoin, and I'm not trading Dogecoin, I'm just simply throwing it out here because I believe that it's a pump and dump for hedge funds to use to make money. It's lost about 4 cents since the 10th. So 6 days ago, it was trading 4 cents higher. So if I had to imagine what was going to happen with this, it'll probably come down to maybe 17, and then maybe trade sideways a little bit. Maybe kind of come out of the channel and then maybe break up a little bit, and then we'll see a big dump again. GME, our brother company, doing well in the pre-market. They closed just under the break-even point yesterday. They were like 80 cents low. They're doing hot in the pre-market with a 3.6% increase. Amazon is doing well in the pre-market. A big indicator. The only reason I'm tracking in this is because I really feel like when we see Amazon tank, and I'm looking for like prices like 3,000 even. If we see Amazon dump like that, uh, we're going to be just absolutely skyrocketing. Do you think that one of the smaller closed shorts in after? Do you think that one of the smaller hedge funds, probably is what you mean, closed shorts in after hours yesterday? Um, I'm going with no. Oh, let me pull up Fintel real quick. I wanted to show you something. This is something we're looking at daily now. I'm looking at daily. We're looking at it daily. These are. I wanted to show you something that I thought was kind of odd. I'm not sure what to make of this information yet. These are the institutional owners of AMC, according to Fintel. And this data is old, right? It's reporting 7/15, but these orders, like if I just click on this one, probably happened on the 30th. Yeah, 6/30 right here, effective date. And it says here that they sold 100 shares. But let me show you something really kind of interesting. If you actually go to the 13F page, and then you go to the document that shows what they did, and I'm not sure what to make of this yet. But this almost looks like information table entry total, and it looks like it said that they sold 100 shares, but this says 1,020, and then it says table value total. Value total is 140,162. And so I'm really not sure like what they're reporting right here. Like I want to know what these entry and values are. What do they represent? Because if I were to open up a calculator and just look at that, if I were to assume those were shares, because it said 100 on the page, so that's too many shares. But if I assume that that's shares, and then I divided the value that they got for them divided by the amount of shares, we would get $137.41 a share that they got for them. So I'm not really sure. I'm not sure about what I'm seeing here. I want to know more about what it is. I'm not smart enough to know. I'm just really not. Another interesting thing is like we'll go to like one of these buys, right? Excuse me a second. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Um, Global Retirement Partners. They bought 27.8 shares, and it says value in the thousands, right? So it almost makes it seem like they're saying that they bought 27.8 shares for $23,000. And that's on Fintel's page, right? So if we were to take that, um, oh, that's a percentage value. Okay, that's a percentage value. How many did they actually increase? Value change percentage. Okay, so if they had, if this is showing their new position and they increased by 27.8%, would I just take 400? I just don't buy that. That's not. It's just such an odd number. Times 0.278. So they increased like 111.2 shares. Let's do the math on that. 111.2 That averages out to $206.83 a share. But if we go into the actual documentation for that, all right, it's right here. We can look at it. And down here, it ends up saying a vastly different number and value, right? So we'll just remember 206.83 and see if this matches up. 976, 111 divided by 1928. That's $506.28. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is that I'm seeing here. I really want to know what these numbers represent. Because if I had to guess, this is the amount of shares right here, and this is the value that they paid for them. And if that's correct, they paid 500. If this is dark pool trades right here, and they're paying $506 in the market because if they can't actually buy them, because there are no shares to buy, and they're doing it in dark pool trades, and they're having to pay more for them. Did it really cost them $506.28 to buy these shares? I don't know the answers to these questions. These are things that somebody smarter than me needs to figure out. But I want to understand why these numbers don't add up. They seem like they should be really simple to figure out. Bottom line is that on the 30th, because I think most of all of these all occurred on the 30th. So on 6/30, we had a total of 2 companies selling their entire position, which we can go in and look and see how much that is. I would assume that if we went into the documentation, we should be able to see how much that is, and we come up with numbers like this. This says number of other included managers. It says 2. If it's only 924 shares at $4.5 million a piece, I don't understand that. Strange stuff, though. So we had 2 companies that sold their entire position, and 3 companies that picked up a larger amount. I don't know. It shows green, but it doesn't say how much their share value changed by on these 3 right here, 420 and 100. So there was some buying and selling going on the 30th of June. I don't know really what to make of it. Let's get our price predictions in here. I gotta figure out mine. It looks like we're trading right down the middle of my yesterday's price predictions. Today's going to be really tough for me because I don't know. Our close price was $33.43 on the 14th, and then we closed up almost $3. It was like $2.50 on the increase that we had. So if I were to assume that we were going to have the same amount of increase, I would just raise my prices by $2.50. I mean, there's a huge amount of resistance. I don't know if you guys are seeing this in the level 2 order books, but they're fighting tooth and nail to keep this price down right now. And just there's absolute, like, wall after wall after wall after wall after wall after wall. So not a whole lot of lending going on. Uh, but Duncan, I don't want to just dismiss your question. Do I think that the hedge funds, maybe a smaller hedge fund, close their position? I don't. I don't think that. I think that um, when we start seeing smaller hedge funds closing positions, I think we will see much larger increases. $2.50 increase day over day is not enough to signify a uh, position sell-off. I think we had consumer. You know how I was talking about that sweet spot that the hedge funds had found between $40 and $45. And I had mentioned before that when the price dropped below $40, the lower it got, we were going to see retail investors seeing opportunities to start buying into the stock. That coupled with the failure to deliver data that came out yesterday, I don't remember the exact time. I want to say it was after my maybe morning lunch, so around 11 a.m. maybe. So if we go back to 11 a.m. and we look, um, which would be about 12, the price started going down. It was dropping, and then right around 1400, which would have been like 1 o'clock my time, the price started shooting up. Maybe that's when it was. That might have been about when that the failure to deliver information came out. And it came out, and the price just started increasing, and it really just didn't stop. And I think what you have in the after hours is institutional investors carrying on from where we left off as retail investors started to pick up. And at some point in here, you started having FOMO, right? Like people saw really nice prices down at 33, and the price started to rise, and then there was a little bit of resistance, and then it kept on rising more. This is just people with getting back in. I don't think it had anything to do with um, hedge funds closing positions. Price prediction. I really need to get it in here. John's at 37.3 to 40.3. Wow. He's moved up a long way from his prediction from. Okay, he might be changing it here. It's interesting. He's moving up his position a lot higher than what he had predicted from yesterday. So he's going more. I'm gonna say just slightly bullish to neutral. And we're running behind today on our price predictions just because of my computer snafu and having to reboot earlier. Yeah, I don't. The other thing too, Duncan, is based on the options. You can see that they're all open still in the aftermarket hours. It's like 2 days in a row where I would have expected that they would have closed those positions and they didn't in the aftermarket hours, which really leads me to believe that they can't change or they can't close option positions in aftermarket hours. I don't know the legalities behind that as to whether they can or they can't, but it's certainly not reported. Okay, so he's going 37.8 to 40.8. So he changes just ever so slightly. 37.8, which is about 50 cents, to 40.8. And that might actually be kind of what I'm looking at as well for a target for the end of today. Although I believe that in the past when we saw a volume over volume day increase, The second day tended to be even stronger of a drive up. So if $2.50 increase off of yesterday's close would be expected, 36, 37, 38 and a half, I might bring my number up maybe $1 or two more than that. So maybe 40 and a half, 40 and a half with, um, yeah, I might make 40 and a half my target number and swing off of that. So 40 and a half minus $1.50 would be 39. So I'll drop this to 39. To 42. And then I'm gonna back out just for a second because I did have that. I don't know if you guys remember, but I had that ascending or um, descending parallel channel. Okay, it's still there. So on the 5 minute interval, it shows us like well above that. I think I drew it out on the 5 minute interval, so that's what I'm gonna continue to look at. If this is actually true, if this is true that we've actually broke out that far above the channel that I was building, then a price prediction way up here would mean that we're out of that channel for good. Uh, I see if this looks almost like a pennant, almost. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna be 39 to 42. Let's move John up to where he's supposed to be at here. And this is for fun, guys. Don't freak out on me. Just for fun. And, we're just watching the stock and just trying to have friendly banter about pricing for the day. Let's see, John was at 37.8 and to 40.8. I'm still seeing. My goodness, Weeble. Really? My goodness. My computer hates my guts today. Okay, we'll fix that in a second. And moving up to 37.8. All right, now we just need Eric's prediction. We'll be done for the day. We are currently almost at 1 million shares traded at 730. So that's actually really pretty decent. Not bad at all. That almost makes me want to change my predictions back to where they were from yesterday. That's actually some really nice volume. I am. I'm changing that. I'm going to go back to 190 to 210. Because I think the volume picked up enough in the last 30 minutes or so to kind of get us back on track to where we would look like what we looked like yesterday. Okay, waiting on Eric's price predictions for the morning. Let's see, what else can we look at? Just in case anybody missed it, utilization is just ever so slightly down from yesterday. We went from 92.42 to 91.31, so just about a percentage point less. Currently 15.75% short interest. Failure delivers. Beautiful, beautiful block down here. Love that. That's all very nice. Uh, Eric's kind of coming in a little bit neutral today. He's got his price in um, currently at 35.50 to 38.50. And Eric's actually got a better percentage at predicting these than us, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Oh, I didn't have that locked. I will delete this channel that I had set up. Okay, let's zoom in on that again. And I will change his numbers that I have written down. Oh, he wants to know what we're at. John's at 37.8 to 40.8. 38.5. Oh man, I almost nailed his top number right on. And 35.5. Interesting numbers by Eric today. And the reason I say interesting is because a lot of times, and not always, but a lot of times we end up on dollar amounts that are even like this, kind of like a right on the money, kind of like the 801, 1401, that kind of stuff. Just slightly over $1. Eric says he hopes I win, but that's only because I have the biggest number. I am definitely more bullish than often, more than often than I think everybody else. Um, Positive attitude? I don't know. It's not it. It is it kind of. Yeah, I'm just kind of positive about the whole stock in general. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and put myself down as being bullish because I doubt there's any way we open up at $39. John might be able to squeak in a neutral, but more than likely he'll be bullish. So I'm gonna wait on him. And Eric is Eric's almost definitely going to be neutral. So I'll go ahead and put Eric in as neutral. Put those tally marks back up. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with John's predictions here. Duncan, I don't know if you're watching or not, but if you are, do you kind of play along with this whole price guessing for the day just to see how close you can get as well? And if you do, just out of curiosity, how well do you do, and what price predictions do you have for the day? Out of curiosity, let's go ahead and kill the cat. Let's see what else is going on. Let's look up news for AMC and see. I looked up news for AMC earlier this morning, and it was all just terrible, terrible, terrible news. Um, the Motley Fool. Just listen to this title. I love the Motley Fool, man. These guys, they crack me up. I mean, it just doesn't get any more fuddy than this. They're right. It's game over for AMC, but these stocks can still go to the moon. Oh man. I just it just makes me laugh. Like who comes up with these? It's crazy. 52 minutes ago, stocks making biggest moves pre-market: Moderna, DD, BioNTech, AMC, and others. Market-wise, hmm, this didn't update from earlier. I will let it sit here and wait to update while I look at some more stocks or more news clips here. Okay, so I just went through the first page on Google for news, and really the most updated one was that Motley Fool one, basically stating that it's over. I don't. What does Motley mean? I'm gonna have to look that up because I'm not even really sure. Incredulously varied in appearance or character. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. They are fools for sure. Man, it seems like my Weeble's just not either the data is exactly the same as where it was when I pulled it up earlier, or um, this just isn't changing, or it's changing like super super slow. I felt like I just saw some data down here change just a second ago. Uh, do you guys feel like watching this for just a second while we wait to see if something changes on here? Duncan says, I think they will wrestle early, and who seems the strongest will set the price. Either close to 30 or just above 40. Yeah. Um, I see data values changing in here. There's information changing. It'd be really interesting to see if I mean if this is updating live now that they had their update. I don't believe that's any change from earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read all the other stuff that you said there. Um, I think it's a hard one. The way I look at it, there's another big player who joined the table yesterday, especially in the after hours. They had a hard time keeping it under 40 and really fear 40. I'm an optimist, so I think we will close just above 40 or in the low 40s. Bullish for this one. Puma analysis. I don't know what that means. What's a Puma analysis? I need to look that up. Yeah, what's Puma analysis? Because I don't know what that is. I'm not seeing anything that jumps out at me. Okay, we're having a nice little run up here pre-market. Looking for trends to identify where we could be possibly heading, and I'm not on the 1 minute scale. Let me get on the 1 minute scale. I'm not really seeing anything that just jumps out at me as like crazy obvious. Hmm. I think I do want to do a retrace of my Fibonacci retracement. Um, I'll pull back out to a 5 minute interval and maybe base it off of the trend that we had towards the end of the day yesterday. Let's go ahead and delete the last one. Oh yeah, I think I like that. Getting a little messy with the lines in here, I know. Most the price predictions that you're seeing on the page are the colored lines, and those correspond to what you see for our color-coded names on here for our price predictions for the end of the day. Um, Fibonacci retracement is basically lines showing levels of buyer support and seller resistance. And you can see right here with the new Fibonacci retracement that I just drew, we have at the 38.2% line, we have kind of come down, bounced off that a little bit, and are heading back upwards. So this is a level of support and a level of resistance. So you need to try and punch through level resistances and hold on levels of support. And typically speaking, you want to try and hold at the 50% line and not drop below that to indicate that the price is not going to drop more. It's a good holding spot on that 50% mark. So this is traced off of yesterday's run up, um, and it looks like it's holding pretty good here. You can see it drove up in the after hours, hit the level of resistance right here, and then fell back down to the level of support. Drove a little bit past it, but then found some support a little below it and drove back up. Going back further, again, you can see that we drove up here. This is where the top of the Fibonacci starts. So we have a level of resistance at basically $40, $39.87. So that's what we're going to be trying to punch through today. That's the mark that we want to try and get through. If we can drive past 38.34, there might be some resistance between 38.34 and 39.87, somewhere in the middle in here somewhere, maybe $39. But for the most part, we're going to try and punch through these. We are on a very, I'm going to pull back out to the, I'm going to pull back out to this point right here. Because I feel like I see a bit of a pattern. Let me just verify it. I mean, I know I'm doing a touch point currently where we're at, and I don't really like doing that. It really should be more of a touch point like here. But I think we're actually already punching out. Honestly, if I were to draw this, if I were to move this down to those points, we'd look like this, and we're already actually punching out of this trend, right? So that trend that I'm seeing is a descending parallel channel that came down. We've got like 1, 2, 3, 4 touch points on the bottom. We've got 1, 2, 3 touch points on the top, and then on a fourth touch point, it broke through, but then it was just kind of like a candlestick that kind of got through there, a candle wick. Sorry. But we're already punching out of that channel, and this is a bullish channel upwards. So that's going to be. I'm going to keep that up there for right now, just because that kind of consisted of last night's trading. We want to see growth above that, and we want to stay out of that pathway. If we fall back down into the pathway after a certain period of time, especially since that's such a large portion of time that it covers, we could continue to see some more downwards trends if we fall back into it. So we'll just kind of keep that up there for now. I'll lock it. I'll lock it and make it a little more bold. So we want to say if we're going to see some healthy growth, we want to see us stay out of that channel. And we're doing quite nice right now. Um, you can see where we kind of broke through the channel a little bit and kind of fell back in, and then we were like, nope, and out we go. So that's looking really good. John is setting up for a market open neutral position at this point. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's not. Where's John's second line? Oh, way up there. Okay. 37, 38, 39, 40. Okay. I guess I'm tripping. Um he's now in the neutral position, not bullish. So I'm going to go ahead and mark him down because I have a feeling we'll be opening up in a neutral position for John here. So we got Eric and John at neutral. Volume at 1.2 at almost 8 a.m. I don't know if you guys have ever seen. I can't click on in here. I hate that I can't click on in here. On my phone, if I click these, it takes me over to the message and shows it to me, and it doesn't do it there. Yes, I want promotions. Thanks, Weeble. Uh, yeah, I'm not referring anybody. I don't do that on this channel. I really just don't. I don't. I don't promote anything. I think you should use whatever software you think is working best for you, right? I played around a little bit with Fidelity. I did I'm trying to remember which one John had mentioned to me. And I actually did like I think it was the app version of this one. I'm looking for it on my phone. I don't know if I deleted it or not. There was a free one that he had mentioned to me. If he's listening, let me know what it was because I don't see it here on my phone. But yeah, I don't see it on my phone. I really enjoyed the app version of it, but when I tried it on the computer, I just didn't like how it looked. And then Weeble just kind of ended up being what seemed to be most natural. Like I came into the program and everything just kind of naturally flowed for me as far as um, creating trends or looking at trends, being able to navigate through it. The only thing that I really don't like is on my phone. It's so simple to look up cryptocurrency. I go to the markets tab like this, and then there's like tabs at the top of my screen, and I click on them, and it goes straight to crypto. And I can't do that on here because I want to be able to look real quickly so we can just kind of look at like all of the crypto in one shot. And for some reason, I don't see that feature on the desktop version. That's like the only thing I don't like about it. But yeah, use whatever is most comfortable to you. I am not a promoter of anything except for AMC. I am a promoter of AMC. Uh, I guess that sounds bad too. Really like the stonk, and it makes it seem like I'm a promoter. Uh, this looks like some pretty healthy growth. Nice little step down, increasing. RSI currently on the 30-minute interval is a little high, not terribly high. It still has room to move up. RSI on the 5-minute interval is about the same exact position, so we have plenty of room for some growth. And on the 1-minute interval, who cares? Because it doesn't really count. I've been told. VWAP, we're trading above VWAP currently. We're down below it for most of the night, except for maybe this spike right here. I think this was the start of the new day. Yeah. Uh, so we're finally making it into above the territory for it. Breaking $38 now on a really nice trend up. A lot of the walls that we were seeing in the level 2 book order are kind of gone now on the sell points. It looks like 38, 34 is going to be our next level of resistance. I'm not, oddly, um, I am not seeing a whole lot of shares being borrowed. Um, which, if that's the case, and excuse me for being crude, but if they blew their load this morning already and they're not lending out or they're not borrowing more shares, we could see some really big movements today. And it's making my voice crackle because I'm wishing I had I had kind of raised the price a little higher. I mean, I did raise it a little bit, but maybe not enough. Um, some really good volume, 1.38 million. That's very healthy. If we could see 3 million, that's some of the days where we were seeing um, some really healthy growth when we saw 3 million by 8:30. I say 8:30 my time by market open. Just so we're all talking about the same thing. By market open, if we saw 3 million in volume, those were some healthy times back in June. And again, those options aren't gonna, if they are gonna disappear, they're not gonna disappear until after market open. The big chunk of them for calls is at $40, so those won't disappear probably until we hit over a shot in the dark. Puma is a shot in the dark. Huh. I don't know that I've ever heard that term before. I'm gonna, for some things, when it comes to discussing stuff with you back and forth, I'm gonna use the chat box just because I know it gets through to you. I think it gets through to you a little bit faster than what the feed does. Oh, dang it! Thank you. I keep forgetting to do that. That makes me so angry. Thank you so much for doing that. For saying that, Duncan. I apologize. Pulling it out of my ass. Okay. Yep. I think I've heard that one before. I don't know. More precise than shit in the dark, but still just a guesstimate. I hate it when I do that. I keep forgetting. I don't know why. Do you know if there's a setting that I can change that puts it to that live chat? Because every time I start a new stream, it just automatically puts me over to top chat. I wonder if there's a setting. There's probably a setting. I'll look at it tomorrow, Monday, when I start up a new feed next. I'll see if I can figure out if there's like some kind of setting on that one. That's pretty annoying. Bad YouTube, bad. Let's see. Ugh, this coffee's coming back up on me. I'm gonna look at Reddit, see what Reddit's saying this morning. So, did you guys hear about the lawsuit with Wes Christian? He's a lawyer here out of Texas, where I'm at. Um, I don't know how to feel about that. My dad was a lawyer, and I know for a fact that when lawyers get involved, um, money tends to disappear from the people who should really be getting it, especially in like class action lawsuits. And I don't think that's what they're suggesting this is going to be. I don't believe that this is a class action lawsuit, but I don't see how it couldn't be because there's so many people that are affected. Um, but it does worry me a little. I kind of would, if we're going to do a lawsuit, I'd rather do it after a squeeze. I think I still wholeheartedly believe that we don't need that until after a squeeze. I know they're still trying to get the funding for it. Again, I'd love to see more people be putting money towards buying shares. They already got $100,000 apparently that's a lot of shares they could be buying right there. Um, but my wife and I were talking actually just yesterday morning before the announcement of any of that, and she's like, "Well, what do you think are the catalysts that could get this thing started?" And I said, "Well, honestly, like somebody lawfully holding these hedge funds to the laws that the SEC dictates." And I think I kind of meant it more from the SEC, like holding them legit to not being, practicing illegal trading, um, illegal trading practices. And so she said, well, how do we stop that? And the first thing I thought of was, well, I guess we would have to get lawyers involved to do something like that. And there's this lawyer, Wes Christian, that's here in Texas, and so we had actually talked about it the morning of the announcement. And when the announcement came out, and she was like, "Okay, well, let's do it." She's so gung ho. She's so cool. She's like, "Well, let's go do it. Let's go get Wes Christian and let's go after him." And I was like, I was like, I don't, I'm gung ho about this, but I'm, I don't like lawyers. I love my dad, but uh, lawyers are dirty. I don't know. They're dirty people. I've been through a divorce, and all I gotta say is lawyers are. I don't even know how divorce lawyers can live with themselves. Honestly, like I know that they feel they're legitimately helping people because I've talked to lawyers before about it, and that's cool. But the fact of the matter is that they're really. I mean, they're helping people get through a transition of being married and moving into a divorce state. But the thing is that really they're just making shit tons of money on the whole process, and I think that things, I don't know, they get way out of control, and it's ugly. But it's not just in divorce, right? Like it's any kind of law. Anytime lawyers start getting involved, money that should be in the hands of other people starts shifting from those people and into the lawyers' hands, the law hands. And so I kind of want to see us stay away from that until after a squeeze. I don't think that any kind of lawsuit would prevent us from squeezing, um, but I'm not necessarily certain that a lawsuit would cause a squeeze. So, our mantra as apes has always been buy, hold, and that's it. And so now we're adding to that. It's buy, hold, and sue. I don't know. Seems like we're kind of trying to force something. I don't know. We'll see, because I can't stop. I think his name's Chad or something like that. I don't remember what his name was. Matt, Chad. I can't remember. Whoever the guy is that's hiring this Wes. I can't stop him from doing what he's doing. So it's going to happen one way or the other. I think a better avenue. Uh, I had a manager once that told me that if you're going to come forward and say you have a problem with something, you should at least have a better solution. Don't just say here's a problem and then walk away from it. So my better solution, I think a better solution to suing hedge funds would be to go to Adam Aaron, who's supposedly listening to us, and say, hey, we know you've had these share counts, right? But they don't really count the shares. They're counting the investors. We need a count of the shares. And the only way that we can have a count of the shares is to have a recall of the shares. And I don't know what it takes to have a recall done, but I do know, and I've done a little bit of research on this, and I'll just pull it up real quick here. Uh, so I'm just typing in a recall of shares. And this is Reddit, so let's take it with a grain of salt. I'm looking for something a little bit more. Yeah, I don't want to take Reddit. Let's look for something a little more official. Uh, okay, so this is interactivebrokers.com. And I'll put this, I don't even know if this is going to be readable or not for you guys, but I'll put this off to the side. I'll get rid of the ticker here in just a second, the tally marker, and my ugly face. And we'll just read this, because this is what I think we need to do. Drop this law stuff. Like, let's not. We can sue people after this is over because we have statute of limitations allow us to wait until after we've been hurt, right? Once we've been hurt, either physically or mentally, or financially, we can go back and we can sue for those later. Those are things that we can quantify after it's happened and say, okay, this is how it impacted us. We're currently in the middle of it. We're going to go up and try and sue these guys. We want to get the most out of a suit, and the way you do that is after everything's happened. So we just need to be collecting data right now. That's part of the reason why I'm recording everything that I'm recording. It's so that we can have an accurate log of things that happened as they happened. Um, so I think we need to go to Adam, Aaron, and we need to say like, hey, we want a recall as investors. So let's scroll down. Wow, does this actually tell you how to do it? This looks like it actually tells you. This is actually a user guidebook on how to actually recall shares. That's kind of funny. To return borrowed shares. This is straight out of a manual on how to do it to return shares. That's not what I want. Let's try this. That's not what we're looking for. I read it somewhere before. Um, okay, because this might actually be the article that I had read on Investopedia. Companies face many types. We're getting pretty close here to the start of the market, and I'll play the intro when that happens. So I'm going to try to read through this quickly. But in regards to what could we do besides a suit in the meantime, is a share recall, right? And what is a product recall? Uh, I'm going to put share recall Investopedia and see if I can find it that way. What voting rights do shorted shares have? I don't know. I'm not having a very good luck finding it right at this very second. But basically, what it said was is that what I had read in the past was is that a company can reserve the right to recall their shares if they feel like they're uh, if there's a couple conditions being met. and then I think they have to get it approved through the SEC in order to do that. I'm not seeing that in what I'm reading right here. But I think that's. I do know that if we did like a stock split, that would force a share recall. Um, there are certain things that we could do, I believe, that would be in our power to be able to do some type of recall. Um, why am I having such a difficult time finding this? I'm trying to avoid this Reddit article that keeps popping up. And I do remember that what I had read had said it also depends on what the um, I guess there's like rules and regulations that we have to follow for our company's shares, and so you had to go to like the specific bylaws, I believe, um, of our company and figure out what it would take to do that. And I actually did do that. I went into the bylaws. I guess we could just look up the bylaws of AMC. You know, we're kind of going down a rabbit hole here. And then we can do a search on the page by, we can just look up like recall perhaps, if I even knew where to find that. Control F. Oh, that was loud. I apologize. Okay, you didn't hear it. I did. No recall. I'm trying to remember what other terms that they had it under. Okay, well, there's share. Um, oh, I think it's a quorum. Uh, let me see here. 1 second. Let me look something up on my phone. Okay, quorum adjourned meetings. So I think what has to happen is as shareholders, what we have to do is when we have one of our meetings, for example, the one at the end of this month, we have to establish a quorum. A quorum, once established, shall not be broken by the withdrawal of enough votes to leave less than a quorum, and the votes present may continue to transact business until adjournment. If, however, such quorum shall not be present or represented at any of the meeting of the stockholders, a majority of the voting stock represented in a person or by proxy may adjourn the meeting from time to time without notice other than announcement at the meeting until a quorum shall be present or represented at such adjourned meeting at which a quorum shall be present or represented. Any business may be transacted. Okay, so this any business may be transacted. So what would have to happen is um, and I believe it was over 50%. So we'd have to have basically over 50% of the apes sign some type of quorum saying that we want to talk about this here. We have to talk about this, and we're not dropping this until we finish this. I sincerely believe this is the game plan going on behind the curtain. SEC might already be involved as well, but building a case against someone like Citadel needs to be rock solid and takes time. Also, they will not be able to state this officially before they are ready to indict. Yeah. Um, but I believe that if the apes got together and we signed a quorum to talk about a share recall, I think we could force the issue. The problem is that we would have to collectively find 50% of at least 50% of the shareholders in order to start the quorum. Uh, and so I don't know how successful we could be at finding 50% of the shareholders and starting the quorum. But maybe that's so. I have one submission that I'll be submitting onto Reddit this weekend, and that's the one where we watch the shares. I still haven't finished the video production, but that's just because I've been doing this constantly 9 hours a day, and I'm tired and I go to sleep. So I'm going to be finishing the video editing and posting that on Reddit this weekend, and then I'll make a submission. You know, can we start a signed petition? Someplace where shareholders can put in um, their name on a signed petition stating that we want to hold a quorum to look at a share recount. Not share recount. I'm sorry. Share recount will not help us. That only identifies how many shareholders there are. We want a share recall. There's a big difference between recalls and counts. The counts will only always bring up the amount of shares that exist because none of these companies, well, that's not true. They've already said that that's not true. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I think this could be an option to not suing is a share recall. Anyways, let's get this morning started. Let's watch this beautiful sky rocket take off here, hopefully. And I want to start the day at about $39. That would be awesome to see. The final minutes coming down to market open. Let's get this on. Okay.
Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. Stir the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.
You sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, Apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Little rough start to the takeoff today, but I do believe that we're entering our upper atmosphere and orbiting quite nicely. Might be having a little bit of a problem again here. Another day, another dollar. We touched down at the 37.39 mark. We held the support line right there and bounced back off of it. Came back to test it again twice more, but still showed some positive growth. And then the third time again tested. So we actually tested it 4 times. The fifth time we're staying above it, but we are still kind of struggling to have forward momentum. Now we normally typically see for like at least the way I felt like in the past, the first 15 minutes every day was like a really big struggle to try and get positive momentum. That's from back when we were making good movements upwards. So don't expect to not see any changes from that. So expect to see basically a downwards movement at the beginning of the market open for at least 5 to 15 minutes. So we punched through that. We're coming back into that trend line that I was showing earlier. This channel, we want to try and stay out of this channel if we can. 3663 is our level of support. At the 50% mark, we really want to stay above that. That's something that we're going to be looking to stay above for the day. There is a sell wall at $37. They're trying to keep us underneath that. Volume currently at 11.4 million at 6 minutes into this. If we can hit 15 before 10 minutes, that would be really nice on volume levels. They've got us under 37. We're kind of floating back and forth over that 37 mark. There's not a whole lot of buy walls, or sell walls rather, showing up until like $38. So I don't see why we couldn't be moving back upwards. Options, let's check out and see if they sold those options. I'll get rid of my tally marker up there. They have not sold out of the options yet. It appears that they believe they can still get the price back down to that $34 range. Yeah, the options have not. Yeah, they've not changed. 80.6 is what I had down here. Yep, it's still the same. Options have not changed. If we see those options reset, we know that it's gotten out of control and they're trying to fight for control back. They have borrowed about 200,000 shares. Oh, maybe just 100,000. I'm sorry. Stonk tracker is there, and this is from earlier this morning that I screenshotted. So they've borrowed a couple 100,000. 100,000 here, 1,000 or so here, less than 1,000, but and then 100,000 here. So that's not too large of an amount. Um, I've definitely seen higher levels. Fintel, or sorry, not Fintel, Ortex data. We'll pull that up again. Let's see what we got here. I'll just cover everything. On loan for the day, we had a little decrease. It went from 102.2 million shares on loan to 101.7, so a 500,000 decrease in shares borrowed. I believe earlier this morning we were at a higher percentage rate of free float. I can't recall off the top of my head. It's been a crazy morning, but 15.61% currently. Utilization came down ever so slightly, about a percent, from 92.4 to 91.3, 1.1%. Let's see what else. Failure to delivers. We all know about this from yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful numbers. Those look absolutely gorgeous to our movement. Our on loan average day or average age per day is still continuing to move upwards. We went from 38.72 to 39.55. It's a great indicator. If we have a double bottom, so we bottomed out down here, and then if this starts to go back down again, and we have a double bottom without having seen a major price increase, that's going to be really huge. We haven't even seen that before. We've only seen what it looks like when that indicator bottoms out, and then almost soon thereafter we have a price increase. So that will be something to see if we have a double bottom without a massive. I mean, because I wouldn't call a $2 price increase a massive increase. I know a lot of people were stating on Reddit that they are hiding the failure to delivers. I believe it was that they said the failure to delivers in the options. Um, I guess there's room to support that possibly. Uh, I'm trying to look for that information that people had said. Matt Kors had a short interview with Russ Christian to confirm that he was in negotiations with. I'm trying to remember what his name is. I want to say it was Chad. It wasn't Chad. What was his name? I'm not seeing it. But apparently there's a fellow ape out there who is working with Wes, attempting to um, find the funds to be able to retain Wes as a lawyer to look into investigating what's going on and possibly a lawsuit. There is a Sell wall at $37.30. We hit it, it's gone. I mean, based on what I'm seeing from the order book right now, I don't see why we couldn't have more positive movement upwards. Let's look at our buy to sell ratio. GME's up 2.82%. We're up about 3.5%. We're about 10 points higher than the outflow on inflow currently. 109 versus 99. That's pretty decent to start the day off. Volume is at 16.5 million about 15 minutes into this. That's very nice. Yeah, I guess it is Chad. Chad is the name of the guy. I can't remember the last name, and I haven't found it yet, but Chad is his name. Apparently, he's a former military member. Um, I'll have to look him up and see what I can find out about him. AMC is the #1 on Reddit in the last 3 months. The trending in comments. The last month, the last 2 weeks, this week, simply #1. That post was by BlackRock Time. So we're 15 minutes into the trading, and of course I'm still sitting on the 5-minute interval, so we weren't really seeing that upwards movement that we had there. We are kind of falling back down into this descending channel that I had set up. As long as we can stay off this 36.63 line, bounce off of it, and move back up into more positive territory, I'll be happy. You know, one of the movies that's coming out in the movie theater is the Space Jam movie. I don't know about you guys. I'm older. I'm 45 years old, but uh, Michael Jordan's my man. I hate to say it, but I'm having a real. I don't think I'm gonna go see this Space Jam movie. I feel like it's a disservice to Michael Jordan. He's my man, and they're taking away from my. I don't know. Uh, I'm not ready for change yet. I don't want to see Michael Jordan's legacy stomped on. I mean, we all joked and made fun of how bad it was back in the day, but it still was kind of our thing back then, and now it feels like it's changing. Okay, so we broke 36.63. We're still heading down here, so they're still heavily shorting this. A lot of big pushing. We did have a reversal at about that 8 minute mark. So that was about what I was expecting to see, but it didn't continue to go up, and then it started to fall again. So it's almost like we're setting up a new path here, a new descending channel. But I'm not going to draw it because we do know that a descending channel is a bullish move, or at least when it breaks out, it will move in an upwards direction, and it's currently falling back into this channel that I had drawn from earlier. So I do expect that we will see a bounce on one of these levels of support down here, maybe the 35.86, possibly lower. We do know that the options indicate that they want to try and hit some of these positions, especially $34. So don't be surprised if we don't at least go down and test 34 bucks at some point. The short sellers would love to collect their money at $34. So I could see them trying to push to get there. Whether or not they have the means to make it, based on the amount of volume that we're currently having, that's to be seen. At some point, they will either have to borrow more shares to continue to push this down, or they will, there'll be something's going to have to break. Inflow versus outflow. Let's check that again real quick just to see if it's changing at all. Okay, so we were a 10-point spread, and now we're only a 3-point spread. So there's definitely more selling happening right now than there is buying, catching us up, getting us back up to almost a break-even point. Three hours ago, somebody said that they borrowed 500,000 shares this morning. All that they could borrow. I did not see that. So 3 hours ago would have been close to 6 a.m. and I was on here at 6 a.m. and I did not see those shares borrowed. So I'm not sure if I just missed it. Okay, I see it actually. I do see it on Stonko Tracker. They have it reported right here. Let me get rid of my tallies. Oh, they're gone. So it does show that they did borrow 500,000 right here at around 7:30 this morning. But as you'll notice, they got returned by 8. So yeah, I'm not sure. Man, I'm yawning like I didn't get enough sleep, and I got great sleep last night. I don't know what happened. So I'm wondering how I'm missing that. I guess I just must not have been looking. 7:30, was that when I started having? You know what? That's when I was having computer problems, and I had to reset the computer because it says 7:30, but that's probably Eastern Standard Time, which would have been 6:30 my time, right about the time that I had computer issues and I had to reboot. So, but if they borrowed them and they're showing back up there now, I don't see how. To me, that doesn't really seem like a borrow because when I got on at earlier than 6 o'clock in the morning my time, I took a screenshot right away, and it was at 400,000. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Just reporting it. Yeah. So if it goes to zero and then back again, does that mean that they decided they didn't need them, so they didn't actually borrow 500,000, or does that mean that they actually borrowed 500,000, created uh, synthetics out of those somehow, and then returned them? Is that how that works possibly? Do they have to actually borrow shares to create synthetics out of them? And how many synthetics can they create off of borrowed shares? All very good questions. Yesterday, the number that I was kind of keeping an eye on was $35. I felt like there was really heavy support at like the $35 range, and if I saw the price drop below 35, I felt like that was kind of like a no man's land down to 32, so to speak, or back down to it. Yeah, yeah, I'm not sure how it works either. Possibly BlackRock or some of these financial institutions possibly loaning out more shares once they're gone. That's what we really need to do. Is we really need to put the spotlight on these um, institutional investors who are creating ammunition for the hedge funds. Because while I understand that they want to make money, as much money as they can, and they want to drain all these hedge funds of their liquid cash, um, you know, at some point we need to put a spotlight on that kind of stuff and say, like, enough is enough. We're tired of you allowing them to illegally create more shares by lending shares to them. I mean, it almost makes them an accomplice, right? If you're going to go ahead and profit on something that you know, because you darn well know that they know that what they're doing with those shares, and so it makes them an accomplice by creating an avenue for something illegal to happen. Um, as an example, if you're a bank teller, right? Let's say you're a bank teller, and you tell your buddy, you say, "Hey, every day I'm going to leave $10,000 on the back door. You can do whatever you want with it, even though I know you're going to just take it. But it's going to sit out there, and as long as I walk back out in 30 minutes and then the $10,000 is back there, go ahead and do that. That's illegal. They can't do that. They can't just let somebody have a free borrow of, it's not even free. They're making, oh yeah, you have to give me a cut. The teller's saying you have to give me a cut, whatever you make off that 10 grand, as long as you put it back on the doorstep, you got to give me a cut of that, 5, 10% or something, right? And so then they just go leave 10 grand sitting on the doorstep for him to pick up in a paper bag, and then they walk back out in a half hour, and there's the 10 grand sitting there with 10% extra on top. Um, that's not cool. They know what they're doing with that money or with those shares, and so it makes them an accomplice. because I guarantee you when the bank finds out that their teller's doing that, uh, guess who's going to get arrested along with the person who's quote unquote borrowing the cash. The cops are going to arrest everybody. So it makes them accomplices. So we hit 3586 and found support on that, and we're bouncing off of the 3586 and kind of moving upwards now. And the other thing too is if BlackRock, Vanguard, all these heavy hitters with shares that they're loaning out, if they're not following the procedure of requesting back the shares that they're supposed to get back within a certain period of time, um, because they know that if they do that, then it's game over. That's also bad too, right? They should be following their procedures on how to recall those shares. The failure to delivers, right? If they're receiving failure to delivers and they're just allowing it to happen because the SEC hasn't triggered anything, then they're also helping to perpetuate the issue as well in that manner. You know, uh, I'm not gonna uh, I'm not gonna demand that you give me back anything because I know that you're good for it, and if you're not, the government is. that's that's essentially what the stance is, right? Yeah, you can keep borrowing. Uh, I know if you can't pay out in the long run, the government will. So here's some more. I don't think any of us retail investors would get that same kind of treatment, and that's only because we don't have uh, billions of dollars to bleed out. And that's not an illegal thing. That's just getting preferential treatment because you're a company with money. Current volume is at 26.6 after just a little over a half hour. Some more shares were borrowed. We're down to 200,000 now. The fight's real. They want this down. They're gonna hunt for that $34 price range. They want it. They want it bad. They got a lot of shares, a lot of options that are gonna be out of the money if they don't hit it. I take that back. Look at this. Reset. officially been reset. I don't know exactly when that happened or when I last checked, but there's been a reset. And the big push now is $35. All those big numbers are gone. On the long positions, still a huge amount left over at 40. So the spread would be 35 to 40 right now. That could be what we're looking at for a closing price today. Which would put me in the running at the high end. Falls right inside nicely where, well, not quite where John is, but definitely nicely where Eric is. John's got the top half of that range. So we tested 36.63 moving back upwards, and it looks like we're kind of struggling a little bit with that line of resistance right there. Having a difficult time driving past it, and there is a sell wall at 36.60 trying to prevent us to kind of get back over that again. Also a wall at 36.73 of 5,000 shares. Short interest is at 15.5. I believe that's a little bit of a slide there. looks like we're starting to kind of trend in between these 2 points of support and resistance. Inflow versus outflow. We are currently now lower on inflow versus outflow just by 2 points, 217 over 219, with volume at 30 million shares traded, almost 45 minutes into this. Looks like there's a little piece of AMC news over here. Let's see what it has to say. 22 stocks moving in Friday's pre-market session. AMC was on the list of those 22, including GameStop as well. Amazon's got some news. Just out of curiosity, they won a patent for a drone technology that can be paired directly with delivery vans. Yeah, wouldn't that be interesting? Like, they'd take their deliveries to a location, and maybe they had like 5 or 10 drones, and then they just set up in like a park. I could see this. I could see something like that happening. They set up in a park, and these drones would take off and just deliver the packages and then come back to that main central point. That would be kind of interesting to see that. I haven't drawn any new patterns. Currently, we kind of fell back into this descending channel again. I think, I'm just going to continue to hold on to that as like a trend. While we fell out of it for a brief period of time back here, just prior to pre-market, we fell back in after the market had opened. So I'm just going to go ahead and keep that trend showing up there, as I feel like it's, just kind of the path that we're on for selling. But again, this is a bullish path, so it's good. When it breaks out, it should break out upwards. Okay, price increased above the 36.63, is moving up nicely. 36.79 is the level of, well, there's a couple level of sale walls there that are getting smashed right now. Nice George W formation showing. I'm checking the options right now to see if they've added more to their position. I forgot to change the numbers earlier. 35 now with only, I believe it was 9.2K. 9.2K and 40 for the long positions. It's now still 40, but it's only 20.5 now on that one. So I will refresh the screen and check out where our options are moving to. We have 24 now at 40. I'll pull it over. We have 24,000 at 40. And the new value for long short positions is 35 still with 12, and that's up from 9.2. So I'm gonna put 12.9. So they are increasing their positions at those points at $35. I'm glad to see the $25 range is not looking as heavily supported any longer. That was kind of scary for a while. Price is definitely up over the 50% line at 36.63 and continuing to climb. $36.93 was a level of resistance, but it looks like we hit it and broke it. Now it's kind of moved to $37, but every time they pop up, they just keep having to move it because the price just keeps increasing. We're breaking through that descending channel. It'll be nice to see if we can break through that and to a solid candle that's above it. Moving into new territories, we're going to test 37.39 and continue to move upwards. I'm changing my statement at the bottom. My mom's contacting me and telling me that she thinks I'm saying things that are slanderous. So I'm just going to change it to my opinions only. Right? So anything that I say are my opinions only. They are not always factual. Just going to make that disclaimer right now. And you know, if it's my opinion, it's my opinion. They are not always facts. Sometimes they're facts, sometimes they're not. But I'm certainly allowed to have my opinion. And even if I do say my opinion and it is slanderous, I'm still allowed the freedom of the right to be able to say what I feel is, even if it's inaccurate, I can still say it. I'm not hurting anybody by saying what I feel. You can't have laws against feelings. That's ridiculous. The price is dropping back down again underneath that level, that descending channel there. So we're falling back into new territory or old territory that we're coming back into. 3663 is the level again that I want us to see us above that 50% mark. $36.92. There's a level of support. It is so changing quickly. So volume should be picking up here because this order book is just flying by so fast right now that it's hard to even keep up with. We should see. If I had to guess, I'm going to refresh inflow to outflow, but I would imagine that we're probably equal right now, if not slightly ahead. Yep, slightly ahead, 279 to 276. So we're seeing some more inflow coming in. And in case you guys are wondering, when I say we, I don't refer to myself in third person. Every once in a while, I do have John, Adam, possibly. I might have guests on the show, and I want to. When I say we, it includes any of the people that have to come talk on the show. That we're not financial advisors or giving financial advice. We're just reporting what we see, talking about how we feel, and those are the okay things to do. That's not that's not outside of the law. I know a lot of us feel that way. A lot of us are here for this movement for a reason. We feel like the market's broken, and we want to see changes. And talking about the changes that we want to see are not wrong. I want to see a different future. I want to see a future where people, um, where retail investors can have a fair market to trade in, and that's not what we have currently. And when I say future investors, I'm talking about our children. You know, uh, I've got 5 kids myself. Um, I don't want to talk about, I'll just say that I want their future to be a good outlook. And so to do that, this movement is helping to try and make changes. We're pointing out the flaws in the system, and I think that identifying where we have these flaws and then getting changes made so that this kind of stuff, these kind of abuses are not happening in the future, is important. We know that there's abuse going on right now inside this stock. Every financial advisor out there would tell you that there's something funky going on here. There's not a single one that wouldn't tell you that. Uh, you can, and that's part of the reason. If you were to ask a financial advisor, like, should I invest in AMC, and they'd say hell no. And the reason for that is this is doing something that they've never seen before, and that scares the crap out of them. When you scare the crap out of a financial analyst, you're making changes. These are the type of changes that they have never seen, and they don't know how to process that in the world that they function in. That's good. We're shaking the tree, and that's really good. if you go on Reddit, you can actually read stories about people talking about how their parents a bank in the banking industry or they're a financial advisor or whatnot, and they're in the stock, and just a lot of people talking about how if you watch The Masked Investor, he had I don't remember what her name was off the top of my head, but he had a long time um, Blackpool trader who works, it looks like she works from her house on his show talking about the Blackpools. She's written a book about it. She trades on it. She owns AMC. And that excites me right there. Seeing somebody who sees what's happening in these black pools and identifies areas where they can find advantages to make money off of opportunity, and she sees this as an opportunity. That excites me because she's made a lot of money over her career uh, working with the Blackpool market, and not very many people get to do that. She's had an amazing career. I'm gonna look up her name just because I want to, shout out who it is. Let's see if I can get. I always forget. Sometimes when I want to search something and I don't want to go straight to YouTube, I do it through Google, and then it it ends up making me go through YouTube to search it out. Uh, Wait a minute. Whoa. I do not see the Masked Investor on my list of YouTubers. What happened? Did he get kicked? Wow, the Masked Investor is not. I think he may have been removed. No kidding. Wow, that's kind of some big news. The Masked Investor may have been kicked from YouTube because he's not showing up on my subscription list. I wonder why that is. His video, like I looked up one of them, it shows the Masked Investor. I went to click on the video and it says it's no longer there anymore. I wonder how he got removed. That should be big news. Let me go to the new section and find out what's going on of Reddit, because yeah, that'll be big. I know he's on a lot of people's radar. He had a lot of subscribers. Where is he at? Let me look it up. Wow, that guys, that's actually some really big news if he's off. Um, because he definitely had a large following. I can't imagine any reason why his videos would be showing up as unviewable. and I don't see anything on Reddit as to why he's gone, or that even anybody's even saying as to why they don't see him listed. I'm gonna post that. That's kind of important news that I think people should know. Um, who else did that happen to? I want to say it happened to Matt as well, Matt Kors. Wow, that's big information. Text. Um, that's really big, guys. Okay, I see a post here about it. Um, looks like I'm a little late to the show. 8 minutes ago, somebody posted it. Let's check it out. Comments are on what grounds? Wow. There's some negative comments on here. It's kind of interesting. Um, very interesting. I can't imagine. He's usually really careful about what he says. His interviews are pretty legit. I can't imagine what might have happened in order to get him kicked. I do know that they were talking a while ago about a lot of those. A lot of YouTubers were really upset about the fact that they were being threatened that they were going to be pulled because they had these I don't know what to call them, fraudulent people that were working inside of their chats, and because they weren't getting rid of these fraudulent people inside of their chats that were trying to steal money from people, uh, that their channel was being threatened to be shut down unless they proved that they didn't, that they weren't actively trying to get rid of these people. That's pretty crazy. Um, that's just really crazy. I'm shocked. He had a huge channel. I know that Matt within 24 hours he was back on. I don't know if he lost content at all when he was taken off. But when he was taken off, it was found out later that there was a VP in YouTube who had some kind of relationship to a hedge fund out there, and it was suggested or brought up that there's a possibility that because there were things that were being said on his channel that were not uh, nice about that particular hedge fund, that he was identified as a threat and taken off. Uh, get it trending. Hashtag free TMI. This is pretty crazy. YouTube does not seem, when we did see Mac cores go off, I wonder when that was. Let's look that up. I want to see if there's a trend or any kind of correlation whatsoever to Mac getting kicked from YouTube to a stock price. Let's see here. Four nine. It looks like 4.9. YouTube just banned April 8th. Okay, YouTube just banned Matt Core's channel for no given reason. Looks like the hedge funds were able to work a little of their magic somehow. Today could be the big day, ladies and gents. So let's look at that. Let's go back and look. I want to see if there's correlations. I'm always looking for correlations to things. That was approximately on. It says 3 months ago when I click here, but looking at it, here it says April 8th. So let's go back to April. Let's have a look-see. April 8th. We know the big price increase happened in June, but we want to go back to April 8th. There wasn't any, I don't remember anything big happening around that time. Okay, so not a whole lot of correlation. 3 days before, there was kind of a spike in volume. 3 to 4 days after, there was a spike in volume and possibly a substantial increase in price. And I know this is really difficult to see. It's because I'm on a very large range of time here, and the interval's at 2 hours. So forgive that, but I mean, I'm just looking at the prices here. You can see that there's a low of 831 here. This is the day here that he got banned. So 1, 2, 3 days later, they had a low and then a high. It went from 831 to 1021 2 days later. Okay, so here, so 3 trading days, it went low to 831, and then 2 days after. So a total of 5 days later, there was almost a $2 increase. Interesting. You know, I'm not going to draw any correlations to the banning of TMI and a price increase at all, but I just wanted to take a look at that and just see what it looked like. What day are we on here? 7:15, 7:16. Come on. Come on. Drag, 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 drag. So we had a nice price hike up to 38.55. One thing that I kind of wanted to take a look at was what was our last high? Was there a high over the night that we hit? And what was it? Looks like we hit 39.87. I'm just kind of tracking highs and lows. 39.87. I need to write that down. That's pretty huge, guys. Pretty huge. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up some information on the side here, and I'm not seeing what I want. Huh. Where is my OneDrive? Sometimes Microsoft gives me a headache. I'm trying to open up my OneDrive so I can open up my documents. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's on my search tab. This might be it. Hey, I think I found it. Nope, that's not it. Hmm. Well, I guess this is the most accurate. Okay, so what was that price again? The price was $39.87. Okay, so since we hit that low of 31.10, we've driven up to 39.87 in the aftermarket hours of yesterday, and that would be a 0 day increase. So we literally went from 31.10 in the same day to 39.87, which is a 20. I don't know if this is accurate, but it says a 28.2% increase. Yeah, so Eric's suggesting that they're getting shut down due to scammers, which is what I was saying. Uh, right, yes. I actually got hit up by one of those scammers a long, long time ago when I first started watching Trey, like in, I think it was February. And I thought it was Trey that was contacting me, and they were like, "Hey, subscribe to a WhatsApp, and then we can talk," kind of thing. And I was just kind of like, "What?" And I was like, "This is stupid." So I was like, "Whatever, I'll just check it out." So I downloaded WhatsApp and set up the phone number, and then almost instantly I knew that it was just garbage. Um, they were trying to get me to sign up for some kind of stock program or something like that, and I was just like, "Yeah, this is not right." So, but yeah, I've seen those scammers firsthand. I know what it's all about. And I think I saw the video where Trey was talking about those scammers being in their chats and that they wanted us to report them. And whenever I see them, I report it. But uh, it's just kind of um, unfortunate that you know YouTube's putting it on the streamers to filter their content and keep these guys out of their chats. And it's like they can't really stop these guys. That should be on YouTube. YouTube should be the one who's going in there and preventing these guys from trying to scam people. I don't know. I feel really wrong about that whole situation. Um, they shouldn't be putting it on streamers. If somebody came in here, it'd be easy for me to identify. The content, the amount of people commenting in here is just so low that it'd be easy for me to say like, oh yeah, I'm getting rid of you, block, whatever. But apparently these accounts are being made so fast, and they can't catch them all. And then on top of that, they've got 1,000 or 2,000 people, and some of them are commenting, and you got like these massive chats that are just going, and they can't control all that while they're doing their content at the same time. It's just ridiculous. And I think it happens more to people who live stream more than it does like the popular live streamers because they they're doing their live stream. They're not necessarily sitting there watching everything that's being said. Um, Now, I'd be interested in knowing. This would be kind of interesting to see too. There's been a group of people or a movement of people out there who are getting pissed off that they're paying money for um, I forget what they're called, a power chat or something like that. It's like you pay money to be able to talk above everybody else and get like what you're saying heard. And I know there's people out there who are kind of upset that they're collecting the money on this and then not really responding to the people who are making the comments. And you know, like, is there some kind of data? Is there some kind of rule out there on YouTube that says that if you're making money on these chats that you have to talk to them? I don't know. Maybe there is. I try to talk to everybody, but I only have 6 people at the most ever. So it's real easy to talk to everybody, and I enjoy talking to everybody, uh, especially when they're across the world. How cool is that? Um, I don't know. I don't know where I stand up, but I know where I stand. YouTube should be blocking uh, these scammers. It's on YouTube. It shouldn't be uh, it shouldn't be on the streamers to filter their chats. I know they have. I know they have. Yeah, because I think you can respond to somebody's chat without it being seen. I don't know if that's possible. Maybe not. But that might be part of the problem is that they're just not seeing these comments that are popping up. I don't know. If I end up getting popular and I have enough people watching, I better get this down right because I can't even remember to hit live chat at the beginning of my stream so that I get all my information, all my chats coming through. Uh, and I'm probably gonna have to start advertising more too if I wanted to be more popular. I barely do any advertising whatsoever. Um, I'm kind of torn. I don't really want to have a lot of people watching. It's gonna make me nervous as hell. and but I do want to feel like what I'm doing is valuable to people. I want the data to be valuable. For example, Ortex, I'm providing short interest. It was at 15.5% earlier. It's now at 15.56. I want that information. If that helps somebody, if anything that I'm pulling up gives somebody an idea to check something, um, it makes me feel good. I'm like, okay, cool. I've done something that helps somebody somewhere. And that's really what it's to me. That's what this is about. Apes together strong. We're and when I say apes, I'm talking about retail investors. You know, whatever information we have to help each other out as retail investors, because we don't have all of the tools and all of the uh, research and technicals behind everything that the guys who do this for a living have. This is our only way. This is our only ability to be able to try and even the playing field that we're on. If they're going to allow us to play on the playing field, then they should at least allow the rules to be the same for everybody. You know, give us the ability to see. If every single one of us had the ability to see the same information, nobody would be doing these live streams. Well, maybe somebody would be, but I know I wouldn't be. The whole reason that I even thought about doing this in the first place was because I was like, you know what? I can't find live streaming of Ortex data anywhere. Like nobody's just live streaming Ortex data or a level 2 book order for me to see. So I'm gonna pay for it myself and start watching it myself. And then I was like, well, maybe there's a place out there for somebody to be able to stream this and give that information to other people so they can see it. And heck, just to meet new people is cool. Uh, I don't know if I'll ever make money doing this. I don't care one way or the other because I know where my money's coming from. AMC, that's where my money's coming from. Man, I can't. I'm still kind of shocked that they banned them. Wow, I was about 8 to 10 minutes behind everybody else. It looked like some of the posts had come in about 8 to 10 minutes before me. But that's pretty crazy. That's big. He's a heavy hitter. In my opinion, he's probably one of the top five. And I'm scanning through. I'm scanning through all of the Reddit post, the new Reddit posts. I think I'm scanning through the new Reddit posts. Let me make sure. Yeah, I'm scanning through the new Reddit posts, and I'm just not seeing anything. It's not like heavily, like typically speaking, when we see something like that happen, like it just fills up the screen. Um, the first one I ran into is mine. Let me see. It says I have 4 comments and I only gotten one of them, so let me see if there's more. There they are. I didn't get a chance to check out those videos. What was the person saying that caused them to get blocked? I have no idea. And now I can't even look up the information I wanted to look up earlier, which was that the author on Dark Pools. I would have really liked to have looked that up. Oh well. Um, Here's his backup channel. So apparently he has a backup channel currently. And that'll probably get him in a lot of trouble. If YouTube's gonna ban you, the probably the proper thing to do is to go through the right channels to get yourself reinstated. Kind of similarly to how Matt did. I think if you use back doors to try and get back in, I don't think. Um, I'm half tempted to click on it to see because if he's doing a live stream right now, I'd like to hear what it is he has to say about what he's seeing or um, what's happening to him. Let's see if he has a live going right now. The last stream that he had was 4 days ago on this backup channel that they listed on mine. So he doesn't have anything live going. So that's probably a smart thing to do. In fact, hopefully he doesn't um, post anything. I'm going to respond to that too as well. Yeah, I don't know if that information is going to get out to him or not. I don't know if he's reading Reddit or whatever, but I mean, hopefully he sees that because if he does try to circumvent their ban, that could end very poorly for him. I know when Matt Kors got banned in April, um, it took him like 3 hours, and when he finally was reinstated, I think it was 3 or 4 hours. When he was finally reinstated, uh, he put up a live stream. Poor guy, man. He looked like he had cried. Eyes all puffy and red and everything. I mean, it looked like he took it pretty hard. So I'm laughing like, yeah, like I don't know what it would feel like to do something, to feel like your whole world had just been turned upside down. But I shouldn't laugh. Uh, but yeah, he should probably do it the right way. Hopefully he does. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll never end up being nearly as popular as any of those guys, and just simply for the fact that my stream doesn't have very good connectivity. If I could get better internet service, that might help to some extent. And then I need to start listening to my brother-in-law and other people about what I can do to make the channel better. It's not that I'm not listening; it's just I haven't found the time to put in the work to do it. It's already a 9-hour job as it is streaming this long. Let's see, we're doing pretty well right now. We're at 3716. We're keeping it above two different items that I want to see it above, which is the 3663 50% Fibonacci retracement, which is good, and we're also keeping it out of this uh, descending descending parallel channel that I had set up from earlier. Staying out of both of those two puts us into good territory. So you could kind of almost look at this what's happening right now as like almost a consolidation period. Uh, you know, a nice George W with the spike up, very classic. And so on the spike up, it was going even further, and then it looks like we had kind of some type of reset that caused it to go back down. And then it kind of looks like some consolidation right now. We're currently 2.5 hours into trading with 58 million shares traded. So that's like a quarter of the way done for the day. Is that about right? Let me see. I guess halfway would be 3 hours and 15 minutes. So maybe 2/3. 1/3. Sorry, 1/3 done through the day, and we're at 59. So if volume kept trending on this path, it's been pretty consistent. That might put us at about like 130 to 140 million, which is under what I had initially stated. I felt like our volume might be the same as yesterday. So we had 137 on the 14th and then 191 on the 15th. So we might go back down to that 137 level. I'd like to see similar volume today as we had yesterday. I think that would show consistent growth in volume. I think would indicate that we're moving in the right directions towards a nice correction in price. So if it goes back down today, it kind of looks a little bad, but we'll see what happens. Man, I'm still kind of beside myself a little bit that TMI got his channel revoked. He had 3,000 subscribers. To give you an idea of how that compares to other people, I like Charlie. He's got 26,000 subscribers, which is that's really high. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The TMI's subscribership was to the secondary channel system that he had. He had to have a lot more than that. I'm sure he did, because Charlie's got 26,000, and I'm sure TMI had to have more than that. He had to have. Another guy I watch who's kind of low is Stock Swinger. He's at 8.4 thousand subscribers. Simulate and Trade is at 38.5. Jay Ingram is at 6.6 thousand subscribers. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I was asking my wife, like, for a live feed, what would be like a good viewership, or what she would consider to be like a good viewership, and she was saying like a couple hundred, like 600. I was like, wow, that seems kind of low. I was really surprised, but I guess 600 people watching you live is pretty good, I guess. Speaking of which, I think she's up. My dog just joined me over here. Get your face out of there. Good morning, Bruno. Good morning. Dog's joining me for the day. You want to go outside? All right. Let's see. Should I take an early break? 10 o'clock. We don't have a whole lot going on right now. I think I'm gonna step away for a little bit. Let's just check everything really quick here. They did loan out more shares. Just to point that out. There's now only 100,000 left in here based on what they had earlier. They've loaned out quite a bit more. They're looking for a fight towards the end of the day here. And options wise, so I wrote down these numbers earlier to see how, like, kind of what they reset to after we had a reset. So the long call positions had a strike of 40, which it looks like it's still the strong point. It was at 20,500 options. It's now at 46.7, so that's a lot more. And the puts are currently at, the most support appears to be the $35 range at 21.5. That's up from 12.9. So yeah, So still the margin, I guess, would be between 35 and 40. That's what everybody's kind of hedging between right now as a close for the day today, somewhere around those ranges. Obviously, 40 being the high end and 35 being the low end. Um, let's see. Short interest, like I was saying, it was down. It's currently at. It was down at 5.5. It's now at 15. Sorry, it was down to 15.5. It's now at 15.56. And that's all I got for you guys. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. I'll see you guys back. Let's see what time. Let's make it back for the at least by the hedge fund power hour. So it's like 50 minutes. All right, guys. See you in a bit. Okay, I am back. I'm gonna check something out here. Uh, when you when you refer to, I don't know if Duncan, if you're still watching, but when you refer to SSA, what are you referring to exactly? I'm not sure what SSA is. Oh, well, short shares available. That's what I would assume you meant by that because it is at 0. So that would make sense. Definitely a battle. Okay, so a little technical analysis here. We got a George W here, which did result in a increase in price. I feel like I'm seeing this almost looks like a shoulder, head, shoulder, so an inverse one, which would imply bullish movement here on these 3 points. But then it doesn't really move in the correct direction until a little bit later. Went back up again and then back down. So there's it's like a double top right here. Double tops typically indicate, a downwards trend. Hmm. Just looking through a lot of different data that I have. Let's cover everything. Options. We'll refresh that. $35. We had 25,000. Sorry, $40 strike. We had 46,700 earlier. We currently have 53.4. So that's up. And as far as so we have a lot of strikes ending in that $40 range, but we also have another supporting level at 38, which is a little bit higher than where we're at right now. And then as far as puts go, still 35 at 28.2, which is higher it's up from 21.5, 28.2, with a supporting amount at 36. So the spread really is kind of like in that 36, 37 area, right? 37. Yeah, 37. There's strong indication that they're, both sides are kind of hedging for 37 for the day, which we're currently over. Technical analysis on this, in my opinion, just mine, but I'm seeing a wedge, and it will draw out here for us. The wedge is kind of this region here. So maybe something like this. And this would be a bullish wedge. So we're seeing this highs, lows, highs, lows, highs, lows. Next should come a high, possibly moving back up in this direction in here. It should break out past 37.30. Should being optimal. Should break out and then kind of move into this region up in here, somewhere between 37.39 to 38.34. And that's just kind of basically kind of what I'm seeing right now. It's not the best drawings ever, but 78 million shares traded so far, not quite halfway through the day yet. Getting close. So my estimates are probably going to be a little bit on the low side. Possibly, yeah, just kind of on the low side a little bit for volume. Short share was 13 point, well, it's currently at 15.56 rather. It does appear like it's breaking out of this wedge that I drew, but I mean, I really didn't have a secondary touch point, so we'd kind of have to see how far down it goes here before I could draw out how far the wedge goes to get that second touch point. So I'm gonna have to wait for it to kind of form to see how long this consolidation period's gonna go for. But I want to say we had 3 good touch points, and this stock typically, when it breaks out, it does break out after a 4th touch point. So there's an account that posted on Reddit saying cleared X and then some large number saying that the mass investor or big tech is going after AMC content creators, mass investor YouTube account deleted. We are in end game now. I wouldn't necessarily consider this the end game just because somebody's account got deleted. If I had to guess, it'll probably be rectified by the end of the day. Let's watch it. Somebody's talking about it on Bulldog Trading. He's live. Matt Kors is live. Andrew Mo Money is live. They're probably talking about this. It's really weird to see some of his videos just gone though. Hmm. 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 Let's look at the market. I'm gonna have to submit a ticket, I think, to Weeble because I don't see this data changing very fast. Okay, so we're just barely. The market's almost break even. It says advancers is 3,219 to decliners of 3,236. So there's just barely decliners over advancers. It looks like the biggest amount of advancers are in that 0 to 2% range, and then not much below that, whereas there's a lot higher activity on the greater than 2% loss range on the declines. Cinemark is up for the day. GameStop's up for the day. We're up for the day. I don't see a whole lot of activity happening for the day, guys, and so I'm gonna take some time to step away. If something should happen, I'll come back and we'll discuss what's happening. But I think I'm gonna just kind of step away from this for a little while. I don't know what the bottom of this is going to be here. So I'm kind of drawing out the wedge a bit. It just kind of extends the amount of time that this consolidation period can happen for. This is typically a downturning trend period for uh, the hedge funds. This is where they like to short. The hour that they like to short is between 11 and 12 my time, or their lunchtime, which is 12 to 1. Available shares left to borrow is at 0. Yeah, so we'll just kind of watch this for the day and see what ends up happening. This the longer out this wedge goes would make more sense, right? Because they really want to close us somewhere around $37 today, which would be kind of right around here, which isn't much higher than where we're at currently. So that would make sense if we were in, if we stayed in the wedge heading this direction, we would be closing out the day somewhere around 38 bucks. So we'll see what happens. There could be a rally in the late half of the day to try and push for that 39.40 range, especially with all of the massive amount of long call options at the $40 strike price with 53,400. Um, you know, uh, the long positions definitely want to see this hit up into that $40 range. So we'll watch and see what happens. I'm going to take an extended break today to just spend time with the family, and if something major happens, I'll come back. Well, it looks like we fell back down into that channel again. And it looks like we're going to close out the day, and we might have a miss for the day today, unless we push back over 35.50. Because if I'm not mistaken, 35.50 was the lowest number we had. That would have been Eric. SSR would have triggered at 32.40 today, but we didn't quite get that low. Shares available to borrow are still at 0. Call chain is still there. Duncan, you hung out the whole time, did you? I called it. I called it quits early today. I came back, but I needed some family time, so let's pull the orders over here and check them out real quick before the end of the day happens. Let's see. For the long positions, I had 40. I had 53,000 at 40. It ended up being 78.5. Those aren't going to hit. So a lot of, and we know that that's the hedge funds missing out on some of those. So that's lost money for the hedge funds as well. Looks like if we close out at $35, they're going to miss out on quite a bit actually. A lot of option chains there they're going to miss. On the other side of it, on the other side of it, the big number was 37, and 37 was 35.4. It looks like they sold some off because it was at 44. So they made some money there. They also have some options open at 35 and 36. It's not under 30. Oh, it is under. It may not close under 35, so they might not get all their. There's gonna be a lot of options closing outside the money. A lot of money left out on the table. On both sides. Yeah, 38 would be the sweet spot. And when I was guessing the numbers, I was kind of hoping for a little bit higher than the sweet spot at 39. So yeah, we missed the sweet spot today. We'll see what happens in the after hours. I'm extremely positive as usual. I'm very bearish. Sorry, very bullish on the futures. So I think Monday's going to be exciting. So have a great weekend. Drink up a few of those extra beers, and party with your friends or your family or whoever, and relax. Have a good time. We've got this. Everything looks really good. Short interest finished at 15.56 for the day. And I look forward to seeing you on Monday, bright and early. I will be here the whole day on Monday. I'm not quitting on you guys yet. I'm just I needed a little bit of time to myself. Let's look at flow, inflow versus outflow. See where we're at. Look at that. Look how close inflow and outflow is, and yet we had lost about almost 3% on the day. Pretty crazy. They really shorted the stock hard. They don't have any more shares left to borrow from, like regular SSA, like you were saying, all gone. The only thing that's left now is ETFs. Volume for the day 123, so I was off there as well. I did later correct and say that we might have a day like we'd had previously at 137. So and it doesn't even look like we're gonna hit that high. So yeah, rough day on the market today. Not as bad as we saw last week. This is still, in my mind, this is, even though we had a little bit of a downswing today, I still feel like if we can close over 35, that's kind of that number that I was looking for to stay above. And I'll be happy if we can stay over 35. I'd love to see us close it out that way. So we're entering into the last minute here before I start the ending of the show. Let's hope that the rocket takes off like it's supposed to, and no technical errors along the way. Peace out.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Hey, we've got a problem here.
What did you do?
Nothing. I stirred the tanks.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Houston, we have a problem.